She fell upon her knees beside her bed, shuddering. That moment was the beginning of her sacrifice, the sacrifice she shared in common now with thousands of other women. Before she had pitied, now she suffered. And all that was sweet, loving, noble, and motherly, all that was womanly, rose to meet the stretch of grey future, with its endless suspense and torturing fear, its face of courage for the light of day, its despair for the lonely night, and its vague faith in the lessons of life, its possible and sustaining and eternal hope of God. Chapter Ksiv Camp, October. Dear Sister Lenore, it's been long since I wrote you. I'm sorry, dear. But I haven't just been in shape to write. Have been transferred to a training camp not far from New York. I don't like it. The air is raw, penetrating, different from our high mountain air in the West. So many grey, gloomy days. And wet, why you never saw a rain in Washington. Fine bunch of boys, though. We get up in the morning at 4:30. Sweep the streets of the camp. I'm glad to get up and sweep, for I'm near frozen long before daylight. Yesterday I peeled potatoes till my hands were cramped. 9 million spuds, I guess. I'm wearing citizen's clothes, too thin, by gosh, and sleeping in a tent, on a canvas cot, with one blanket. Wouldn't care excuse me, sis, I wouldn't mind if I had a real gun, and some real fighting to look forward to. Some life, I don't think. But I meant to tell you why I'm here. You remember how I always took to cowboys? Well, I got chummy with a big cowpuncher from Montana. His name was Anderson. Isn't that queer? His name same as mine except for the last E where I have O. He's a Swede or Norwegian. True blue American. Well, I should smile. Like all cowboys. He's 6'4", broad as a door, with a flat head of an Indian, and a huge, bulging chin. Not real handsome, but say. He's one of the finest fellows that ever lived. We call him Montana. There were a lot of roughnecks in our outfit, and right away I got in bad. You know I never was much on holding my temper. Anyway, I got licked powerful fine, as Dad would say, and I'd been all beaten up but for Montana. That made us two fast friends, and sure some enemies, you bet. We had the tough luck to run into 6 of the roughnecks, just outside of the little town, where they'd been drinking. I never heard the name of one of that outfit. We weren't acquainted at all. Strange how they changed my soldier career, right at the start. This day, when we met them, they got fresh, and of course I had to start something. I soaked that roughneck, sis, and don't you forget it. Well, it was a fight, sure. I got laid out, not knocked out, for I could see, but I wasn't any help to Pard Montana. It looked as if he didn't need any. The roughnecks jumped him. Then, one after another, he piled them up in the road. Just a swing, and down went each one, cold. But the fellow I hit came to and grabbing up a pick handle, with all his might he soaked Montana over the head. What an awful crack! Montana went down, and there was blood everywhere. They took Montana to the hospital, sewed up his head. It wasn't long before he seemed all right again, but he told me sometimes he felt queer. Then they put us on a troop train, with boys from California and all over, and we came east. I haven't seen any of those other Western boys, though, since we got here. One day, without any warning, Montana keeled over, down and out. Paralysis. They took him to a hospital in New York. No hope, the doctors said, and he was getting worse all the time. But some New York surgeon advised operation, anyway. So they opened that healed-over place in his head, where the pick handle hit, and what do you think they found? A splinter off that pick handle, stuck 2 inches under his skull, in his brain. They took it out. Every day they expected Montana to die. But he didn't. But he will die. I went over to see him. He's unconscious part of the time, crazy the rest. No part of his right side moves. It broke me all up. Why couldn't that soak he got have been on the Kaiser's head? I tell you, Lenore, a fellow has his eye teeth cut in this getting ready to go to war. It makes me sick. I enlisted to fight, not to be chased into a climate that doesn't agree with me, not to sweep roads and juggle a wooden gun. There are a lot of things, but say, I've got to cut out that kind of talk. I feel almost as far away from you all as if I were in China. But I'm nearer France. I hope you're well and standing pat, Lenore. Remember, your dad's white hope. I was the black sheep, you know. Tell him I don't regard my transfer as a disgrace. The officers didn't and he needn't. Give my love to Mother and the girls. Tell them not to worry. Maybe the war will be over before, I'll write you often now, so cheer up. Your loving brother, Jim. Camp, October. My dearest Lenore, if my writing is not very legible it is because my hand shakes when I begin this sweet and sacred privilege of writing to my promised wife. My other letter was short, and this is the second in the weeks since I left you. What an endless time! You must understand and forgive me for not writing oftener and for not giving you definite address. I did not want to be in the Western Regiment, for reasons hard to understand. I enlisted in New York and am trying hard to get into the Rainbow Division, with some hope of success. There is nothing to me in being a member of a crack regiment, but it seems that this one will see action first of all American units. I don't want to be an officer, either. How will it be possible for me to write you as I want to, letters that will be free of the plague of myself, letters that you can treasure if I never come back? Sleeping and waking, I never forget the wonderful truth of your love for me. It did not seem real when I was with you, but, now that we are separated, I know that it is real. Mostly my mind contains only 2 things, this constant memory of you, and that other terrible thing of which I will not speak. All else that I think or do seems to be mechanical. The work, the training, is not difficult for me, though so many boys find it desperately hard. You know I followed a plough, and that is real toil. Right now I see the brown fallow hills and the great squares of gold. But visions or thoughts of home are rare. That is well, for they hurt like a stab. I cannot think now of a single thing connected with my training here that I want to tell you. Yet some things I must tell. For instance, we have different instructors, and naturally some are more forcible than others. We have one at whom the boys laugh. He tickles them. They like him. But he is an ordeal for me. The reason is that in our first bayonet practice, when we rushed and thrust a stuffed bag, he made us yell, "God damn you, German, die." I don't imagine this to be general practice in army exercises, but the fact is he started us that way. I can't forget. When I begin to charge with a bayonet, those words leap silently, but terribly, to my lips. Think of this as reality, Lenore, a sad and incomprehensible truth in 1917. All in me that is spiritual, reasonable, all that was once hopeful, revolts at this actuality and its meaning. But there is another side, that dark one, which revels in anticipation. It is the caveman in me, hiding by night, waiting with a bludgeon to slay. I am beginning to be struck by the gradual change in my comrades. I fancied that I alone had suffered a retrogression. I have a deep consciousness of baseness that is going to keep me aloof from them. I seem to be alone with my own soul. Yet I seem to be abnormally keen to impressions. I feel what is going on in the soldiers' minds, and it shocks me, sets me wondering, forces me to doubt myself. I keep saying it must be my peculiar way of looking at things. Lenore, I remember your appeal to me. Shall I ever forget your sweet face, your sad eyes when you bade me hope in God? I am trying, but I do not see God yet. Perhaps that is because of my morbidness, my limitations. Perhaps I will face him over there, when I go down into the valley of the shadow. One thing, however, I do begin to see is that there is a divinity in men. Slowly something divine is revealing itself to me. To give up work, property, friends, sister, mother, home, sweetheart, to sacrifice all and go out to fight for country, for honor, that indeed is divine. It is beautiful. It inspires a man and lifts his head. But, alas! If he is a thinking man, when he comes in contact with the actual physical preparation for war, he finds that the divinity was the hour of his sacrifice and that, to become a good soldier, he must change, forget, grow hard, strong, merciless, brutal, humorous, and callous, all of which is to say base. I see boys who are tender-hearted, who love life, who were born sufferers, who cannot inflict pain. How many silent cries of protest, of wonder, of agony, must go up in the night over this camp? The sum of them would be monstrous. The sound of them, if voiced, would be a clarion blast to the world. It is sacrifice that is divine, and not the making of an efficient soldier. I shall write you endlessly. The action of writing relieves me. I feel less burdened now. Sometimes I cannot bear the burden of all this unintelligible consciousness. My mind is not large enough. Sometimes I feel that I am going to be every soldier and every enemy, each one in his strife or his drifting or his agony or his death. But despite that feeling I seem alone in a horde. I make no friends. I have no way to pass my leisure but writing. I can hardly read at all. When off duty the boys amuse themselves in 100 ways, going to town, the theaters, and movies, chasing the girls, especially that to judge by their talk, play, boxing, games, and I am sorry to add, many of them gamble and drink. But I cannot do any of these things. I cannot forget what I am here for. I cannot forget that I am training to kill men. Never do I forget that soon I will face death. What a terrible, strange, vague thrill that sends shivering over me. Amusement and forgetfulness are past for Kurt Dawn. I am concerned with my soul. I am fighting that black passion which makes of me a sleepless watcher and thinker. If this war only lets me live long enough to understand its meaning. Perhaps that meaning will be the meaning of life, in which case I am longing for the unattainable. But underneath it all must be a colossal movement of evolution, of spiritual growth, or of retrogression. Who knows? When I ask myself what I am going to fight for, I answer, for my country, as a patriot, for my hate, as an individual. My time is almost up. I go on duty. The rain is roaring on the thin roof. How it rains in this east. Whole days and nights it pours. I cannot help but think of my desert hills, always so barren and yellow, with the dust clouds whirling. One day of this rain, useless and wasted here, would have saved the bent crop of wheat. Nature is almost as inscrutable as God. Lenore, goodbye for this time. Think of me, but not as lonely or unhappy or uncomfortable out there in the cold, raw, black, wet night. I will be neither. Someone, a spirit, will keep beside me as I step the beat. I have put unhappiness behind me. And no rain or mud or chill will ever feeze me. Yours with love, Kurt Dawn. Camp, October. Dear Sister Lenore, after that little letter of yours I could do nothing more than look up another pin like the one I sent Kathleen. I enclose it. Hope you will wear it. I'm very curious to see what your package contains. It hasn't arrived yet. All the mail comes late. That makes the boys sore. The weather hasn't been so wet lately as when I last wrote, but it's colder. Believe me, these tents are not steam heated. But we grin and try to look happy. It's not the most cheerful thing to hear the old call in the morning and tumble out in the cold grey dawn. Say. I've got 2 blankets now. 2. Just time for mess, then we hike down the road. I'm in for artillery now, I guess. The air service really fascinated me, but you can't have what you want in this business. Saturday. This letter will be in sections. No use sending you a little dab of news now and then. I'll write when I can, and mail when the letter assumes real proportions. Your package arrived and I was delighted. I think I slept better last night on your little pillow than any night since we were called out. My pillow before was your sleeveless jersey. It's after 3 a.m. and I'm on guard, that is, battery guard, and I have to be up from midnight to reveille, not on a post, but in my tent, so that if any of my men, I'm a corporal now, whom I relieve every 2 hours, get into trouble they can call me. Non-coms go on guard once in 6 days, so about every 6th night I get along with no sleep. We have been ordered to do away with all personal property except shaving outfit and absolutely necessary articles. We can't keep a footlocker, trunk, valise, or even an ordinary soap box in our tents. Everything must be put in one barrack bag, a canvas sack just like a laundry bag. Thank the girls for the silk handkerchief and candy they sent. I sure have the sweetest sisters of any boy I know. I never appreciated them when I had them. I'm learning bitter truths these days. And tell mother I'll write her soon. Thank her for the pajamas and the napkins. Tell her I'm sorry a soldier has no use for either. This morning I did my washing of the past 2 weeks, and I was so busy that I didn't hear the bugle blow, and thereby got on the black book. Which means that I won't get any time off soon. Before I forget, Lenore, let me tell you that I've taken $10,000 life insurance from the government, in your favor as beneficiary. This costs me only about $6.50 per month, and in case of my death, well, I'm a soldier, now. Please tell Rose I've taken a $50 Liberty Bond of the new issue for her. This I'm paying at the rate of $5 per month and it will be delivered to her at the end of 10 months. Both of these, of course, I'm paying out of my government pay as a soldier. The money Dad sent me I spent like water, lent to the boys, threw away. Tell him not to send me any more. Tell him the time has come for Jim Anderson to make good. I've a rich dad and he's the best dad any harum-scarum boy ever had. I'm going to prove more than one thing this trip. We hear so many rumors, and none of them ever come true. One of them is funny, that we have so many rich men with political influence in our regiment that we will never get to France. Isn't that the limit? But it's funny because, if we have rich men, I'd like to see them. Still, there are 30,000 soldiers here, and in my neck of the woods such rumors are laughed and cussed at. We hear also that we're going to be ordered south. I wish that would come true. It's so cold and drab and muddy and monotonous. My friend Montana fooled everybody. He didn't die. He seems to be hanging on. Lately he recovered consciousness. Told me he had no feeling on his left side, except sometimes his hand itched, you know, like prickly needles. But Montana will never be any good again. That fine big cowboy. He's been one grand soldier. It sickens me sometimes to think of the difference between what thrilled me about this war game and what we get. Maybe, though, there goes my call. I must close. Love to all. Jim. New York City, October. Dearest Lenore, it seems about time that I had a letter from you. I'm sure letters are on the way, but they do not come quickly. The boys complain of the mail service. Isn't it strange that there is not a soul to write me except you? Jeff, my farm hand, will write me whenever I write him, which I haven't done yet. I'm on duty here in New York at an armory bazaar. It's certainly the irony of fate. Why did the officer pick on me, I'd like to know. But I've never complained of an order so far, and I'm standing it. Several of us, and they chose the Husky boys, have been sent over here, for absolutely no purpose that I can see except to exhibit ourselves in uniform. It's a women's bazaar, to raise money for war relief work and so on. The hall is almost as large as that field back of your house, and every night it is packed with people, mostly young. My comrades are having fun out of it, but I feel like a fish out of water. Just the same, Lenore, I'm learning more every day. If I was not so disgusted, I'd think this was a wonderful opportunity. As it is, I regard it only as an experience over which I have no control and that interests me in spite of myself. New York is an awful place, endless, narrow, torn-up streets crowded with hurrying throngs, taxicabs, cars, and full of noise and dust. I am always choked for air. And these streets reek. Where do the people come from and where are they going? They look wild, as if they had to go somewhere, but did not know where that was. I've no time or inclination to see New York, though under happier circumstances I think I'd like to. People in the East seem strange to me. Still, as I never mingled with many people in the West, I cannot say truly whether Eastern people are different from Western people. But I think so. Anyway, while I was in Spokane, Portland, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, I did not think people were greatly concerned about the war. Denver people appeared not to realize there was a war. But here in New York everything is war. You can't escape it. You see that war will soon obsess rich and poor, alien and neutral and belligerent, pacifist and militarist. Since I wrote you last, I've tried to read the newspapers sent to us. It's hard to tell you which makes me the sicker, the prattle of the pacifist or the mathematics of the military experts. Both miss the spirit of men. Neither has any soul. I think the German minds must all be mathematical. But I want to write about the women and girls I see, here in New York, in the camps and towns, on the trains, everywhere. Lenore, the war has thrown them off their balance. I have seen and studied at close hand women of all classes. Believe me, as the boys say, I have thought more than twice whether or not I would tell you the stark truth. but somehow I am impelled to. I have an overwhelming conviction that all American girls and mothers should know what the truth is. They will never be told, Lenore, and most would never believe if they were told. And that is one thing wrong with people. I believe every soldier, from the time he enlists until the war is ended, should be kept away from women. This is a sweeping statement and you must take into account the mind of him who makes it. But I am not leaping at conclusions. The soldier boys have terrible peril facing them long before they get to the trenches. Not all, or nearly all, the soldiers are going to be vitally affected by the rottenness of great cities or by the mushroom hotbeds of vice springing up near the camps. These evils exist and are being opposed by military and government, by police and YMCA, and good influence of good people. But they will never wholly stamp it out. Nor do I want to say much about the society women who are rushing the officers. There may be one here and there with her heart in the right place, but with most of them it must be, first, this something about war that has unbalanced women, and secondly, a fad, a novelty, a new sentimental stunt, a fashion set by some leader. Likewise I want to say but little about the horde of common, street-chasing, rattled-brained women and girls who lie in wait for soldiers at every corner, so to speak. All these, to be sure, may be unconsciously actuated by motives that do not appear on the surface, and if this be true, their actions are less bold, less raw than they look. What I want to dwell upon is my impression of something strange, unbalanced, incomprehensible, about the frank conduct of so many well-educated, refined, and good women I see, and about the eagerness, restlessness, the singular response of nice girls to situations that are not natural. Tonight a handsome, stylishly gowned woman of about 30 came up to me with a radiant smile and a strange brightness in her eyes. There were 500 couples dancing on the floor, and the music and sound of sliding feet made it difficult to hear her. She said, "You handsome soldier boy, come dance with me." I replied politely that I did not dance. Then she took hold of me and said, "I'll teach you." I saw a wedding ring on the hand she laid on my arm. Then I looked straight at her. "Madam, very soon I'll be learning the dance of death over in France, and my mind's concerned with that." She grew red with anger. She seemed amazed. And she snapped, "Well, you are a queer soldier." Later I watched her flirting and dancing with an officer. Overtures and advances innumerable have been made to me, ranging from the assured possession-taking onslaught like this woman's to the slight, subtle something, felt more than seen, of a more complex nature. And, Lenore, I blush to tell you this, but I've been mobbed by girls. They have 1,000 ways of letting a soldier know. I could not begin to tell them. But I do not actually realize what it is that is conveyed, that I know, and I am positive the very large majority of soldiers misunderstand. At night I listen to the talks of my comrades, and, well, if the girls only heard. Many times I go out of hearing, and when I cannot do that I refuse to hear. Lenore, I am talking about nice girls now. I am merciless. There are many girls like you, they seem like you, though none so pretty. I mean, you know, there are certain manners and distinctions that at once mark a really nice girl. For a month I've been thrown here and there, so that it seems I've seen as many girls as soldiers. I have been sent to different entertainments given for soldiers. At one place a woman got up and invited the girls to ask the boys to dance. At another a crowd of girls were lined up wearing different ribbons, and the boys marched along until each one found the girl wearing a ribbon to match the one he wore. That was his partner. It was interesting to see the eager, mischievous, brooding eyes of these girls as they watched and waited. Just as interesting was it to see this boy's face when he found his partner was ugly, and that boy swell with pride when he found he had picked a winner. It was all adventure for both boys and girls. But I saw more than that in it. Whenever I could not avoid meeting a girl I tried to be agreeable and to talk about war, and soldiers, and what was going on. I did not dance, of course, and I imagine more than one girl found me a queer soldier. It always has touched me, though, to see and feel the sweetness, graciousness, sympathy, kindness, and that other indefinable something, in the girls I have met. How they made me think of you, Lenore. No doubt about their hearts, their loyalty, their Americanism. Every soldier who goes to France can fight for some girl. They make you feel that. I believe I have gone deeper than most soldiers in considering what I will call war relation of the sexes. If it is normal, then underneath it all is a tremendous inscrutable design of nature or God. If that be true, actually true, then war must be inevitable and right. How horrible! My thoughts confound me sometimes. Anyway, the point I want to make is this: I heard an officer tell an irate father, whose 2 daughters had been insulted by soldiers, "My dear sir, it is regrettable. These men will be punished. But they are not greatly to blame, because so many girls throw themselves at their heads. Your daughters did not, of course, but they should not have come here." That illustrates the fixed idea of the military. All through the ranks, women throw themselves at soldiers. It is true that they do. But the idea is false, nevertheless, because the mass of girls are misunderstood. Misunderstood, I can tell you why. Surely the mass of American girls are nice, fine, sweet, wholesome. They are young. The news of war liberates something in them that we can find no name for. But it must be noble. A soldier. The very name, from childhood, is one to make a girl thrill. What then the actual thing, the uniform, invested somehow with chivalry and courage, the clean-cut athletic young man, sombre and fascinating with his intent eyes, his serious brow, or his devil-may-care gallantry, the compelling presence of him that breathes of his sacrifice, of his near departure to privation, to squalid, comfortless trenches, to the fire and hell of war, to blood and agony and death, in a word to fight, fight, fight for women. So through this beautiful emotion women lose their balance and many are misunderstood. Those who would not and could not be bold are susceptible to advances that in an ordinary time would not affect them. War invests a soldier with a glamour. Love at first sight, flirtations, rash intimacies, quick engagements, immediate marriages. The soldier who is soon going away to fight and perhaps to die strikes hard at the very heart of a girl. Either she is not her real self then, or else she is suddenly transported to a womanhood that is instinctive, elemental, universal for the future. She feels what she does not know. She surrenders because there is an imperative call to the depths of her nature. She sacrifices because she is the inspirator of the soldier, the reward for his loss, the savior of the race. If women are the spoils of barbarous conquerors, they are also the sinews, the strength, the soul of defenders. And so, however you look at it, war means for women sacrifice, disillusion, heartbreak, agony, doom. I feel that so powerfully that I am overcome. I am sick at the gaiety and playing. I am full of fear, wonder, admiration, and hopeless pity for them. No man can tell what is going on in the souls of soldiers while noble women are offering love and tenderness, throwing themselves upon the altar of war, hoping blindly to send their great spirits marching to the front. Perhaps the man who lives through the war will feel the change in his soul if he cannot tell it. Day by day I think I see a change in my comrades. As they grow physically stronger they seem to grow spiritually lesser. But maybe that is only my idea. I see evidences of fear, anger, sullenness, moodiness, shame. I see a growing indifference to fatigue, toil, pain. As these boys harden physically they harden mentally. Always, way off there is the war, and that seems closely related to the near duty here, what it takes to make a man. These fellows will measure men differently after this experience with sacrifice, obedience, labor, and pain. In that they will become great. But I do not think these things stimulate a man's mind. Changes are going on in me, some of which I am unable to define. For instance, physically I am much bigger and stronger than I was. I weigh 180 pounds. As for my mind, something is always tugging at it. I feel that it grows tired. It wants to forget. In spite of my will, all of these keen desires of mine to know everything lag and fail often, and I catch myself drifting. I see and feel and hear without thinking. I am only an animal then. At these times sight of blood, or a fight, or a plunging horse, or a broken leg, and these sights are common, affects me little until I am quickened and think about the meaning of it all. At such moments I have a revulsion of feeling. With memory comes a revolt, and so on, until I am the distressed, inquisitive, and morbid person I am now. I shudder at what war will make me. Actual contact with earth, exploding guns, fighting comrades, striking foes, will make brutes of us all. It is wrong to shed another man's blood. If life was meant for that, why do we have progress? I cannot reconcile a God with all this horror. I have misgivings about my mind. If I feel so acutely here in safety and comfort, what shall I feel over there in peril and agony? I fear I shall laugh at death. Oh, Lenore, consider that. To laugh in the ghastly face of death. If I yield utterly to a fiendish joy of bloody combat, then my mind will fail, and that in itself would be evidence of God. I do not read over my letters to you, I just write. Forgive me if they are not happier. Every hour I think of you. At night I see your face in the shadow of the tent wall. And I love you unutterably. Faithfully, Kurt Dawn. Camp, November. Dear sister, it's bad news I've got for you this time. Something bids me tell you, though up to now I've kept unpleasant facts to myself. The weather has knocked me out. My cold came back, got worse and worse. 3 days ago I had a chill that lasted for 15 minutes. I shook like a leaf. It left me, and then I got a terrible pain in my side. But I didn't give in, which I feel now was a mistake. I stayed up till I dropped. I'm here in the hospital. It's a long shed with 3 stoves, and a lot of beds with other sick boys. My bed is far away from a stove. The pain is bad yet, but duller, and I've fever. I'm pretty sick, honey. Tell Mother and Dad, but not the girls. Give my love to all. And don't worry. It'll all come right in the end. This beastly climate's to blame. Later, it's night now. I was interrupted. I'll write a few more lines. Hope you can read them. It's late and the wind is moaning outside. It's so cold and dismal. The fellow in the bed next to me is out of his head. Poor devil. He broke his knee, and they put off the operation, too busy. So few doctors and so many patients. And now he'll lose his leg. He's talking about home. Oh, Lenore. Home. I never knew what home was, till now. I'm worse tonight. But I'm always bad at night. Only, tonight I feel strange. There's a weight on my chest, besides the pain. That moan of wind makes me feel so lonely. There's no one here, and I'm so cold. I've thought a lot about you girls and Mother and Dad. Tell Dad I made good. Jim Chapter XXV. Jim's last letter was not taken seriously by the other members of the Anderson family. The father shook his head dubiously. That ain't like Jim, but made no other comment. Mrs. Anderson sighed. The young sisters were not given to worry. Lenore, however, was haunted by an unwritten meaning in her brother's letter. Weeks before, she had written to Dawn and told him to hunt up Jim. No reply had yet come from Dawn. Every day augmented her uneasiness, until it was dreadful to look for letters that did not come. All this fortified her, however, to expect calamity. Like a bolt out of the clear sky, it came in the shape of a telegram from camp, saying that Jim was dying. The shock prostrated the mother. Jim had been her favorite. Mr. Anderson left at once for the East. Lenore had the care of her mother and the management of many waters on her hands, which duties kept her mercifully occupied. Mrs. Anderson, however, after a day, rallied surprisingly. Lenore sensed in her mother the strength of the spirit that sacrificed to a noble and universal cause. It seemed to be Mrs. Anderson's conviction that Jim had been shot, or injured by accident in gun training, or at least by a horse. Lenore did not share her mother's idea and was reluctant to dispel it. On the evening of the 5th day after Mr. Anderson's departure, a message came, saying that he had arrived too late to see Jim alive. Mrs. Anderson bore the news bravely, though she weakened perceptibly. The family waited then for further news. None came. Day after day passed. Then one evening, while Lenore strolled in the gloaming, Kathleen came running to burst out with the announcement of their father's arrival. He had telephoned from Vale for a car to meet him. Not long after that, Lenore, who had gone to her room, heard the return of the car and recognized her father's voice. She ran down in time to see him being embraced by the girls, and her mother leaning with bowed head on his shoulder. "Yes, I fetched Jim back," he said, steadily, but very low. "It's all arranged. And we'll bury him tomorrow." "Oh, Dad," cried Lenore. "Hello, my girl," he replied, and kissed her. "I'm sorry to tell you I couldn't locate Kurt Dawn. That New York, and that train camp." He held up his hands in utter futility of expression. Lenore's quick eyes noted his face had grown thin and haggard, and she made sure with a pang that his hair was whiter. "I'm sure glad to be home," he said, with a heavy expulsion of breath. "I want to clean up and have a bite to eat." Lenore was so disappointed at failing to hear from Dawn that she did not think how singular it was her father did not tell more about Jim. Later he seemed more like himself, and told them simply that Jim had contracted pneumonia and died without any message for his folk at home. This prostrated Mrs. Anderson again. Later Lenore sought her father in his room. He could not conceal from her that he had something heartrending on his mind. Then there was more than tragedy in his expression. Lenore felt a leap of fear at what seemed her father's hidden anger. She appealed to him, importuned him. Plainer it came to her that he wanted to relieve himself of a burden. Then, doubling her persuasions, she finally got him to talk. "Lenore, it's not been so long ago that right here in this room Jim begged me to let him enlist. He wasn't of age. But would I let him go, to fight for the honor of our country, for the future safety of our home?" We all felt the boy's eagerness, his fire, his patriotism. Wayward as he's been, we suddenly were proud of him. We let him go. We gave him up. He was a part of our flesh and blood, sent by us Andersons, to do our share. Anderson paused in his halting speech, and swallowed hard. His white face twitched strangely and his brow was clammy. Lenore saw that his piercing gaze looked far beyond her for the instant that he broke down. Jim was a born fighter, the father resumed. He wasn't vicious. He just had a lean-in to help anybody. As a lad he fought for his little parts, always on the right side, and he always fought fair. This opportunity to train for a soldier made a man of him. He'd have made his mark in the war. Strong and game and fierce, he'd. Well, he's dead, he's dead. 4 months after enlistment he's dead. And he never had a rifle in his hands. He never had his hands on a machine gun or a piece of artillery. He never had a uniform. He never had an overcoat. He never. Then Mr. Anderson's voice shook so that he had to stop to gain control. Lenore was horrified. She felt a burning stir within her. "Let me get this out," choked Anderson, his face now livid, his veins bulging. "I'm drove to tell it. I was near all day locating Jim's company. Found the tent where he'd lived. It was cold, damp, muddy. Jim's messmates spoke high of him. Called him a prince. They all owed him money. He'd done many a good turn for them. He had only a thin blanket, and he caught cold. All the boys had colds. One night he gave that blanket to a boy sicker than he was. Next day he got worse. There was miles and miles of them tents. I like to never found the hospital where they'd sent Jim. And then it was 6 o'clock in the morning, a raw, bleak day that'd freeze one of us to the marrow. I had trouble getting in. But a soldier went with me and Anderson's voice went to a whisper, and he looked pityingly at Lenore. That hospital was a barn. No doctors. Too early. The nurses weren't in sight. I met one later, an poor girl. She looked ready to drop herself. We found Jim in one of the little rooms. No heat. It was winter there. Only a bed. Jim lay on the floor, dead. He'd fallen or pitched off the bed. He had on only his underclothes that he had on when he left home. He was stiff, and must have been dead a good while. Lenore held out her trembling hands. "Dead, Jim dead, like that," she faltered. "Yes. He got pneumonia," replied Anderson, hoarsely. "The camp was full of it. But, my God! Were not the poor boys taken care of?" implored Lenore, faintly. "It's a terrible time. All was done that could be done. Then, it was all for nothing. All. Our boy and many like him, the best blood of our country, Western blood, dead because. Anderson's voice failed him. "Oh, Jim. Oh, my brother. Dead like a poor neglected dog. Jim, who enlisted to fight for." Lenore broke down then and hurried away to her room. With great difficulty Mrs. Anderson was revived, and it became manifest that the prop upon which she had leaned had been slipped from under her. The spirit which had made her strong to endure the death of her boy failed when the sordid bald truth of a miserable and horrible waste of life gave the lie to the splendid fighting chance Jim had dreamed of. When Anderson realized that she was fading daily, he exhausted himself in long expositions of the illness and injury and death common to armies in the making. More deaths came from these causes than from war. It was the elision of the weaker element, the survival of the fittest, and some, indeed very many, mothers must lose their sons that way. The government was sound at the core, he claimed, and his own rage was at the few incompetents and profiteers. These must be weeded out, a process that was going on. The gigantic task of a government to draft and prepare a great army and navy was something beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. Anderson talked about what he had seen and heard, proving the wonderful stride already made. But all that he said now made no impression upon Mrs. Anderson. She had made her supreme sacrifice for a certain end, and that was as much the boy's fiery ambition to fight as it was her duty, common with other mothers, to furnish a man at the front. What a hopeless, awful sacrifice! She sank under it. Those were trying days for Lenore, just succeeding her father's return, and she had little time to think of herself. When the mail came, day after day, without a letter from Dawn, she felt the pang in her breast grow heavier. Intimations crowded upon her of impending troubles that would make the present ones seem light. It was not long until the mother was laid to rest beside the son. When that day ended, Lenore and her father faced each other in her room, where he had always been wont to come for sympathy. They gazed at each other, with hard, dry eyes. Stark naked truth, grim reality, the nature of this catastrophe, the consciousness of war, dawned for each in the look of the other. Brutal shock and then this second exceeding bitter woe awakened their minds to the futility of individual life. "Lenore, it's over," he said, huskily, as he sank into a chair. "Like a nightmare. What have I got to live for?" "You have us girls," replied Lenore. "And if you did not have us there would be many others for you to live for. Dad, can't you see, now? I reckon. But I'm growin' old and mebbe I've quit." "No, Dad, you'll never quit. Suppose all we Americans quit. That'd mean a German victory." "Never. Never. Never. By God." "You're right," he ejaculated, with the trembling strain of his face suddenly fixing. Blood and life shot into his eyes. He got up heavily and began to stride to and fro before her. "You see clearer than me. You always did, Lenore." "I'm beginning to see, but I can't tell you," replied Lenore, closing her eyes. Indeed, there seemed a colossal vision before her, veiled and strange. "Whatever happens, we cannot break. It's because of the war. We have our tasks, greater now than ever we believe could be thrust upon us. Yours to show men what you are made of. To raise wheat as never before in your life. Mine to show my sisters and my friends, all the women, what their duty is. We must sacrifice, work, prepare, and fight for the future." I reckon he nodded solemnly. "Loss of mother and Jim changes this damned war. Whatever's in my power to do must go on. So someone can take it up when that's the great conception," Dad added Lenore, earnestly. "We are tragically awakened. We've been surprised, terribly struck in the dark. Something monstrous and horrible. I can feel the menace in it for all, over every family in this broad land. Lenore, you said once that Jim, now, how do you know it was all over for him?" "A woman's heart, Dad. When I said goodbye to Jim I knew it was goodbye forever." "Did you feel that way about Kurt Dawn?" "No. He will come back to me. I dream it. It's in my spirit, my instinct of life, my flesh and blood life of the future, it's in my belief in God. Kurt Dawn's ordeal will be worse than death for him. But I believe as I pray, that he will come home alive." "Then, after all, you do hope," said her father. "Lenore, when I was down east, I seen what women were doing. The bad women are good and the good women are great. I think women have more to do with war than men, even if they do stay home. It must be because women are mothers. Lenore, you've bucked me up. I'll go at things now. The need for wheat next year will be beyond calculation. I'll buy 10,000 acres of that wheatland round old Chris Dawn's farm. And my shot at the Germans will be wheat. I'll raise 1,000,000 bushels." Next morning in the mail was a long, thick envelope addressed to Lenore in handwriting that shook her heart and made her fly to the seclusion of her room. "New York City, November. Dearest, when you receive this I will be in France." Then Lenore sustained a strange shock. The beloved handwriting faded, the thick sheets of paper fell, and all about her seemed dark and whirling, as the sudden joy and excitement stirred by the letter changed to sickening pain. "France. He's in France," she whispered. "Oh, Kurt." A storm of love and terror burst over her. It had the onset and the advantage of a bewildering surprise. It laid low, for the moment, her fortifications of sacrifice, strength, and resolve. She had been forced into womanhood, and her fear, her agony, were all the keener for the intelligence and spirit that had repudiated selfish love. Kurt Dawn was in France, in the land of the trenches. Strife possessed her and had a moment of raw, bitter triumph. She bit her lips and clenched her fists, to restrain the impulse to rush madly around the room, to scream out her fear and hate. With forcing her thought, with hard return to old well-learned arguments, there came back the nobler emotions. But when she took up the letter again, with trembling hands, her heart fluttered high and sick, and she saw the words through blurred eyes. "I'll give the letter to an ensign, who has promised to mail it the moment he gets back to New York. Lenore, your letter telling me about Jim was held up in the mail. But thank goodness, I got it in time. I'd already been transferred, and expected orders any day to go on board the transport, where I am writing now. I'd have written you, or at least telegraphed you, yesterday, after seeing Jim, if I had not expected to see him again today. But this morning we were marched on board and I cannot even get this letter off to you. Lenore, your brother is a very sick boy. I lost some hours finding him. They did not want to let me see him. But I implored, said that I was engaged to his sister, and finally I got in. The nurse was very sympathetic. But I didn't care for the doctors in charge. They seemed hard, hurried, brusque. But they have their troubles. The hospital was a long barracks, and it was full of cripples. The nurse took me into a small, bare room, too damp and cold for a sick man, and I said so. She just looked at me. Jim looks like you more than any other of the Andersons. I recognized that at the same moment I saw how very sick he was. They had told me outside that he had a bad case of pneumonia. He was awake, perfectly conscious, and he stared at me with eyes that set my heart going. "Hello, Jim," I said, and offered my hand, as I sat down on the bed. He was too weak to shake hands. "Who are you?" he asked. He couldn't speak very well. When I told him my name and that I was his sister's fiancé, his face changed so he did not look like the same person. It was beautiful. Oh, it showed how homesick he was. Then I talked a blue streak about you, about the girls, about many waters, how I lost my wheat, and everything. He was intensely interested, and when I got through he whispered that he guessed Lenore had picked a winner. "What do you think of that?" He was curious about me, and asked me questions till the nurse made him stop. I was never so glad about anything as I was about the happiness it evidently gave him to meet me and hear from home. I promised to come next day if we did not sail. Then he showed what I must call despair. He must have been passionately eager to get to France. The nurse dragged me out. Jim called weakly after me, "Goodbye, Kurt. Stick some Germans for me." I'll never forget his tone nor his look. "Lenore, he doesn't expect to get over to France." I questioned the nurse, and she shook her head doubtfully. She looked sad. She said Jim had been the lion of his regiment. I questioned a doctor, and he was annoyed. He put me off with a sharp statement that Jim was not in danger. But I think he is. I hope and pray he recovers. Thursday. We sailed yesterday. It was a wonderful experience, leaving Hoboken. Our transport and the dock looked as if they had a huge swarm of yellow bees hanging over everything. The bees were soldiers. The most profound emotion I ever had, except the one when you told me you loved me, came over me as the big boat swung free of the dock, of the good old US, of home. I wanted to jump off and swim through the eddying green water to the piles and hide in them till the boat had gone. As we backed out, pulled up tugs, and got started down the river, my thrills increased, until we passed the Statue of Liberty, and then I couldn't tell how I felt. One thing, I could not see very well. I gazed beyond the colossal statue that France gave to the U.S. Way across the water and the ships and the docks toward the west that I was leaving. Feeling like mine then only comes once to a man in his life. First I seemed to see all the vast space, the farms, valleys, woods, deserts, rivers, and mountains between me and my golden wheat hills. Then I saw my home, and it was as if I had a magnificent photograph before my very eyes. A sudden rush of tears blinded me. Such a storm of sweetness, regret, memory. Then at last you as you stood before me last, the very loveliest girl in all the world. My heart almost burst, and in the wild, sick pain of the moment I had a strange, comforting flash of thought that a man who could leave you must be impelled by something great in store for him. I feel that. I told you once. To laugh at death. That is what I shall do. But perhaps that is not the great experience which will come to me. I saw the sun set in the sea, way back toward the western horizon, where the thin, dark line that was land disappeared in the red glow. The wind blows hard. The water is rough, dark gray, and cold. I like the taste of the spray. Our boat rolls heavily and many boys are already sick. I do not imagine the motion will affect me. It is stuffy below deck. I'll spend what time I can above, where I can see and feel. It was dark just now when I came below. And as I looked out into the windy darkness and strife, I was struck by the strangeness of the sea and how it seemed to be like my soul. For a long time I have been looking into my soul, and I find such ceaseless strife, such dark, unlit depths, such chaos. These thoughts and emotions, always with me, keep me from getting close to my comrades. No, not me, but it keeps them away from me. I think they regard me strangely. They all talk of submarines. They are afraid. Some will lose sleep at night. But I never think of a submarine when I gaze out over the tumbling black waters. What I think of, what I am going after, what I need seems far, far away. Always. I am no closer now than when I was at your home. So it has not to do with distance. And Lenore, maybe it has not to do with trenches or Germans. Wednesday. It grows harder to get a chance to write and harder for me to express myself. When I could write I have to work or am on duty, when I have a little leisure I am somehow clamped. This old chugging boat beats the waves hour after hour, all day and all night. I can feel the vibration when I'm asleep. Many things happen that would interest you, just the duty and play of the soldiers, for that matter, and the stories I hear going from lip to lip, and the accidents. Oh! So much happens. But all these rush out of my mind the moment I sit down to write. There is something at work in me as vast and heaving as the ocean. At first I had a fear, a dislike of the ocean. But that is gone. It is indescribable to stand on the open deck at night as we are driving on and on and on, to look up at the grand, silent stars, that know, that understand, yet are somehow merciless, to look out across the starlit, moving sea. Its ceaseless movement at first distressed me, now I feel that it is perpetually moving to try to become still. To seek a level. To find itself. To quiet down to peace. But that will never be. And I think if the ocean is not like the human heart, then what is it like? This voyage will be good for me. The hard, incessant objective life, the physical life of a soldier, somehow comes to a halt on board ship. And every hour now is immeasurable for me. Whatever the mystery of life, of death, of what drives me, of why I cannot help fight the demon in me, of this thing called war, the certainty is that these dark, strange nights on the sea have given me a hope and faith that the truth is not utterly unattainable. Sunday. We're in the danger zone now, with destroyers around us and a cruiser ahead. I am all eyes and ears. I lose sleep at night from thinking so hard. The ship doctor stopped me the other day, studied my face. Then he said, "You're too intense. You think too hard. Are you afraid?" And I laughed in his face. "Absolutely no," I told him. "Then forget, and mix with the boys. Play, cut up, fight, do anything but think. That doctor is a good chap, but he doesn't figure Kurt Dawn if he imagines the Germans can kill me by making me think. We're nearing France now, and the very air is charged. An aeroplane came out to meet us, welcome us, I guess, and it flew low. The soldiers went wild. I never had such a thrill. That air game would just suit me, if I were fitted for it. But I'm no mechanic. Besides, I'm too big and heavy. My place will be in the front line with a bayonet. Strange how a bayonet fascinates me. They say we can't write home anything about the war. I'll write you something, whenever I can. Don't be unhappy if you do not hear often, or if my letters cease to come. My heart and my mind are full of you. Whatever comes to me, the training over here, the going to the trenches, the fighting, I shall be safe if only I can remember you. With love, Kurt. Lenore carried that letter in her bosom when she went out to walk in the fields, to go over the old ground she and Kurt had trod hand in hand. From the stone seat above the brook she watched the sunset. All was still except the murmur of the running water, and somehow she could not long bear that. As the light began to shade on the slopes, she faced them, feeling, as always, a strength come to her from their familiar lines. Twilight found her high above the ranch, and absolutely alone. She would have this lonely hour, and then, all her mind and energy must go to what she knew was imperative duty. She would work to the limit of her endurance. It was an autumn twilight, with a cool wind, grey sky, and sad, barren slopes. The fertile valley seemed half obscured in melancholy haze, and over toward the dim hills beyond night had already fallen. No stars, no moon, no afterglow of sunset illumined the grayness that in this hour seemed prophetic of Lenore's future. Safe, he said. I shall be safe if only I can remember you, she whispered to herself, wonderingly. What did he mean? Pondering the thought, she divined it had to do with Dawn's singular spiritual mood. He had gone to lend his body as so much physical brawn, so much weight, to a concerted movement of men, but his mind was apart from a harmony with that. Lenore felt that whatever had been the sacrifice made by Kurt Dawn, it had been past with his decision to go to war. What she prayed for then was something of his spirit. Slowly, in the gathering darkness, she descended the long slope. The approaching night seemed sad, with autumn song of insects. All about her breathed faith, from the black hills above, the grey slopes below, from the shadowy void, from the murmuring of insect life in the grass. The rugged fallow ground under her feet seemed to her to be a symbol of faith, faith that winter would come and pass, the spring sun and rain would burst the seeds of wheat, and another summer would see the golden fields of waving grain. If she did not live to see them, they would be there just the same, and so life and nature had faith in its promise. That strange whisper was to Lenore the whisper of God. Chapter XXVI. Through the pale obscurity of a French night, cool, raw, moist, with a hint of spring in its freshness, a line of soldiers plodded along the lonely, melancholy lanes. One starlight showed in the rifts between the clouds. Neither dark nor light, the midnight hour had its unreality in this line of marching men, and its reality in the dim, vague hedges, its spectral posts, its barren fields. Rain had ceased to fall, but a fine, cold, penetrating mist filled the air. The ground was muddy in places, slippery in others, and here and there it held pools of water ankle deep. The stride of the marching men appeared short and dragging, without swing or rhythm. It was weary, yet full of the latent power of youth, of unused vitality. Stern, clean-cut, youthful faces were set northward, unchanging in the shadowy, pale gleams of the night. These faces lifted intensely whenever a strange, muffled, deep-toned roar rolled out of the murky north. The night looked stormy, but that rumble was not thunder. 50 miles northward, beyond that black and mysterious horizon, great guns were booming war. Sometimes, as the breeze failed, the night was silent except for the slow, sloppy tramp of the marching soldiers. Then the low voices were hushed. When the wind freshened again, it brought at intervals those deep, significant detonations which, as the hours passed, seemed to grow heavier and more thunderous. At length a faint grey light appeared along the eastern sky, and gradually grew stronger. The dawn of another day was close at hand. It broke as if reluctantly, cold and grey and sunless. The detachment of United States troops halted for camp outside of the French village of A. Kurt Dawn was at mess with his squad. The months in France had flown away on wings of training and absorbing and waiting. Dawn had changed incalculably. But all he realized of it was that he weighed 190 pounds and that he seemed to have lived 100 swift lives. All that he saw and felt became part of him. His comrades had been won to him as friends by virtue of his ever-ready helping hand, by his devotion to training, by his close-lipped acceptance of all the toils and knocks and pains common to the making of a soldier. The squad lived together as one large family of brothers. Dawn's comrades had at first tormented him with his German name. They had made fun of his abstraction and his letter-writing, they had misunderstood his aloofness. But the ridicule died away, and now, in the presaged nature of events, his comrades, all governed by the physical life of the soldier, took him for a man. Perhaps it might have been chance, or it might have been true of all the American squads. But the fact was that Dawn's squad was a strangely assorted set of young men. Perhaps that might have been Dawn's conviction from coming to live long with them. They were a part of the New York division of the all supposed to be New York men. As a matter of fact, this was not true. Dawn was a native of Washington. Sanborn was a thick-set, sturdy fellow with the clear brown tan and clear brown eyes of the Californian. Brewer was from South Carolina, a lean, lanky Southerner, with deep-set dark eyes. Dixon hailed from Massachusetts, from a fighting family, and from Harvard, where he had been a noted athlete. He was a big, lithe, handsome boy, red-faced and curly-haired. Purcell was a New Yorker, of rich family, highly connected, and his easy, clean, fine ways, with the elegance of his person, his blonde distinction, made him stand out from his khaki-clad comrades, though he was clad identically with them. Rogers claimed the Bronx to be his home and he was proud of it. He was little, almost undersized, but a knot of muscle, a keen-faced youth with Irish blood in him. These particular soldiers of the squad were closest to Dawn. Corporal Bob Owens came swinging into the sombrero down.